Okay, guys, we're going to have this short activity now for a little track prep. I'm going to say 6:45 we will be on track. So, A-gassers, you have about 32 minutes, and we will be on track with you. We're going to do some track prep, get it set to go. Again, the rotation for this evening, A-gas, Nostalgia 1, B-gas, Nostalgia 2. We're going to do those 4 categories. Then we will switch gears and go to the Group 1 cars, 7.0 Pro, Junior Fuel, A Fuel. We'll continue with C&D gas, do the California Funny Cars, Nostalgia 3, Hot Rod Motorcycle, and that should finish us up. So again, A-gas, just a heads up, you are about 31-ish minutes away.
Hey, I didn't break the microphone. It still works. Look at that. It's crazy. My ADHD kicked in. I've been messing with this microphone jack for about an hour and 15 minutes straight. The live stream is up and going. It's live on YouTube. We are live tonight for the first round of qualifying, and we will be live all day tomorrow for the second qualifying session, as well as all of our eliminations, plus the jet car and the Wheelstander, and I think we have a pro mod on the property. All kinds of cool stuff going on tomorrow. Once again, the game plan is start the first round of qualifying at 6:45 this evening, so about 20 minutes from now. And A-Gas is the first ones out. So A-Gas, you got about 20 minutes.
We have a big GMC pickup, 03228E2. That's your license. You know that if you parked in the middle of a racer's pit area and then left. The racers are not really warm and fuzzy about you pulling into their pit area and leaving. So if you have a white GMC pickup, 03228E2, please move your vehicle as soon as possible. Hello, A-Gassers. Why don't you start rolling into lanes? Well, let's pick a lane for you. A-Gas. Oh, I'm just going to pick the same lanes you guys already ran. 3 and 4, please. Lanes 3 and 4, A-Gas. Bring them on. Nostalgia 1, why don't you come in to 1 and 2 as well? So A-Gas 3 and 4, Nostalgia 1, 1 and 2, B-Gas 5 and 6. I'm going to just call all 3 of you, just because I'm that way. Head on in, and we are going to officially start qualifying cars for the last annual Governor's Cup. Again, A gas, I have called you. Nostalgia 1, I have called you. B gas, I've called you. So A gas 3 and 4. Nostalgia 1 and 2. Nostalgia 2. Come on in, lanes 5 and 6. Or excuse me, B gas, lanes 5 and 6. A gas, Nostalgia 1, B gas is what I've called. Those 3 categories, so just bring them on. Okay, my math says about 8 more minutes, so about 8 more, and we'll make noisy. So track should be all prepped. It looks like it's flat again. Don't have all those tire chirpy marks and things like that. So we'll be running and hooking and booking and cooking through qualifying. Okay, gas, get yourself suited.
Well, the the clock on my computer says 6:43. I believe we told you we were starting with A-gas at 6:45.
Is it one of those crappy PC things, or is it an Apple?
Hold on, let me get my Apple. Let me get my iPhone out. Hold on. Nope, 6:43. No, we're good.
All right, like you said, A-gas, you should be ready. So again, because I don't want to hear any whining and I forgotten, didn't hear what you said earlier over there. Just remember, we're going to go A-gas, Nostalgia 1, B-gas. Since apparently all my A-gassers are probably here, now I'm going to call Nostalgia 2 in lanes 3 and 4 as well. So we're going to run those 4 categories, and then we're going to switch gears and go into the Group 1 cars. Then we'll go back to the Group 2 cars, then CIFCA, then a few other things. Yes. Again, this point now, we are at qualifying session, so no, this is not fun run, and somebody said I could come up and make a hit time. Only one car on the facility is permitted to do that, and it says Nitro Fever on the side. Yeah, he's looking at something he just ate. He's trying to text and eat at the same time. Nope, no, he has to put down the thing he was eating.
Do you think it was a mistake that I let Andrew drive the Corvette around the pits?
Andrew, leave it in low gear and mat it.
Please don't. Yeah, there's a silver Corvette in the pit area doing burnouts and donuts. Be careful, I don't have full coverage.
Here we go. There are cars, A-gasser specifically. They're next, they're first. Here comes your first official qualifying of the last annual Governor's Cup. It's the 53rd running. Unfortunately, it's the final time we all get together in late September for the Hot Rod Heritage Series here at Sacramento Raceway. Chris Curtis over here. The Aquaflow Ken Turf Racing Chevelle. Over there is Brett Pickler. the transportation supervisor from Cameron Park. That is a DRCE, drag race Chevy engine. 713 cubic inches.
Large.
Itty bitty 632 Chevrolet over here. There's 632 cubes. The Chevelle from Bakersfield.
Chris Curtis over here in the white Chevelle is your points leader in the NHRA Hot Rod Heritage Series in A-Gas, and he's got almost a 100-point differential between him and second place.
Well, that knock 50 here and then only have one more chance to do it later. We'll see. It could be. We could actually do a few. I haven't really paid attention to the heritage points. I'll do that later. Oh, look at Logan's computer. Here we go. Go 7,600. Reaction times don't mean too much.
Ooh.
But 7,626, that's a pretty darn good run for Brett Pickler at 170 miles per hour. 768, 172 there for Chris Curtis.
Making me nervous in the left lane. Almost got our cones, and we just started.
Cliff Boyles, Casey Troyer, you're next two. Casey, one of the runners out of Santa Maria. For some reason, the Central Coast has a whole lot of A-gassers out there. Cliff Boyles, just love that Studebaker. 665-inch Chevrolet on board. Over here, the 33 Willys. Brodick Chevrolet punched out 632 cubes. Again, all you got to do is go 7,600, and everybody else fights for second. As my A-gassers are here, I said Nostalgia Eliminator 2. You could be pulling in right behind where the A-gassers used to be in lanes 3 and 4. Just to tell you our turnout, this is probably the largest Heritage Series turnout we have ever had at Sacramento. Coming together for this final chance at the Governor's Cup trophies.
Last I checked the total numbers, we were at 180 cars, and then we got about another 30 tech cars after I checked. So there's a good chance we're at about 200 cars on the property this weekend, which is just phenomenal.
Well, right now, and not counting show cars, I have about 213 in my tech card stack.
Yeah, there you go.
See. Here we go.
Cliff Boyles, Casey Truer, 760 on the scoreboards.
Well, we got a 60. Yeah, we whiffed and we went too slow. 757, 172 there for Cliffy. For Casey, he goes 776 at 172. I don't quite know where that run came from. Casey'd probably like to put it back. Your basic 1959 Rambler American. 500 cubic inches of blown alcohol Chevy.
Favorite car on the property, by far.
That's the home wrecker. I got Studebakers. Studebakers are more fun. Just say if we had real fuel funny cars back in 1950s, Studebaker would have just been the body. Terry Newton from Camarillo. The James McClure owned entry. Out of State Ready Mix. Grimes Rock. The trucker on board. Alan Johnson. 540-inch Chevrolet. Probably an Oldsmobile because it's an Alan Johnson motor. Just a JPE. Oh, that didn't look good. I think I just saw a valve come out of the header. 780, 182 miles per hour there for Terry Newton. 983, 116. Miranda's car. That was not a happy camper. About 300 feet out, you saw that flame come out, and then all of a sudden you saw something fly out of the header. So we'll take a quick look-see down there, I think, and just make sure everything's okay. It didn't look like anything came out of the car than whatever shot out of the header. But you don't normally see an A-gasser have an ish, and Frank Miranda's car just had an ish.
You know, I thought Roy Castagnetto was, you know, done racing A-gas when he sold the Nova that he'd been driving for like ever, and then Weasel bought it. And then I see today that Roy Castagnetto's hopped in Mike Mossey's Camaro. He's like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I'll get one more race in, you know. I'm not quite done. So just a reminder, after NE2, we're going to go 7.0 Pro, then Junior Fuel, and then back into, or no, then A Fuel, and then back into the Group 2 categories with C-Gas and D-Gas, and then CIFCA afterwards. Tony was asking how much of a gap he had in between 7.0 Pro and CIFCA. I'm like, you've got a pretty sizable gap between the two.
Since you're the only one that actually needs that gap in there. Well, the scooter and the truck, we're playing chicken down there. They're just taking a quick look right at pretty much about 1,200 feet down, just to see if there's anything on the lane that we need to worry about. We'll know in a couple of moments when we see the vehicles either slowly come back here and get some tractors and stuff, or just drive off the end.
I just wanted to give a reminder as well. Chauncey yelled at me earlier because people keep driving golf carts and scooters in front of the snack bar. And she would appreciate if you did not do that. She'll come yell at you. So please do not drive golf carts, scooters, pit vehicles around the snack bar area. People are in line waiting to get food and whatnot.
Hey, if you're the guy that lost the radiator cap, Paul has it at the top end. Wheezy fires up over here, the plumber from South San Francisco. Over there's Ray Padgett. Remember those Central Coast bunch? This one's out of Santa Paula. The laser leveling surface 63 Corvette. Pair of 632-inch Chevrolets. It's Padgett, it's Weasel. It's your next two. You know what? The first car down the track is the #1 qualifier still. Brett Pickler, 762.
He did leave a lot of room, though. Like, 26 thousandths of a second is plenty of room to sneak into that #1 spot.
Yeah, but you were the one that was complaining he used a lot of room doing it, too.
Yes, this is accurate. I have a feeling that one of these two might have a shot to sneak into that #1 spot. Wheelstander on the right-hand side, that's 67. Nova, the Chevy twice, Southern San Francisco. He knows a thing or two about this A-gas racing. You see Monty out there. We're going to bring him into the beams. That's Monty's favorite thing to do. Ray Padgett over there on the left-hand side. Santa Paula, California, the 63 Corvette. Let's see what we got here. Looking for 7,600 up on the scoreboard. Survey says 7,610 for Wheelstander, and that will put him into the #1 spot. Ray Padgett, 757.5. A little too quick. 180 miles an hour there, so either one of them has a lot of a lot of mile an hour for a 760, or Weasel might have lifted a little early.
Here's Jim Teague, the runner from Sanger down in the Fresno area, the Jimmy T. Payne 6.7 Nova. Another AJ motor, 462 cubic inches. Dave Fulfer over there, the 63 vet out of Ripon.
You know, when I was about 7 years old, I had a Hot Wheels car that looked identical to Jim Teague's Nova. Like, same color, blower sticking out the hood with the wing and the big tires and the wheelie bars. That was like my favorite car. Like,
bet you didn't have the Hot Wheels drag strip sets that I had. I could actually hold real drag races in my bedroom.
I had that little carpet with the Sharpie lines painted on it.
Sat there and went broom, 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 broom with the cars. They're tied. Look at that. 754, 757. Gosh, Reno, they're quick. So they both find the bottom half of the ladder to sit on for the time being, numbers 9 and 10. As we'll see our next two. Here comes Tom Huggins. Tom Huggins has been racing cars for an awful long time.
My Hot Wheel never went that fast, though.
As Tom Huggins?
As any of these, actually.
Tom Huggins actually has a Pro Stock license that he uses instead of the A-Gas thing because, yeah, well, he's driven Pro Stockers. He's driven a lot of very fast race cars. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you should be getting ready, which means right now I am going to call, first call for 7.0 Pro to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6, please. 7.0 Pro, come on in. Lanes 5 and 6. Junior Fuel, lanes 3 and 4. You can start rolling this way. I know there's cars in the lanes, just pulling behind them, but 7.0 Pro and Junior Fuel, roll this way, please. So, Tommy, you got the whole world to yourself. You have a whole 1/100th of a second between you and the wrong side of 7,600. His 60-foot and his reaction time basically matched. 767. Well, it's not going to go to the 1 spot, but it will go to the 3 spot. So after 1, Wheezy is number 1, 761. Brett Pickler second, 762. Who'd have thunk that? Tom Huggins, 767 in the 3 spot. Chris Curtis, 768. Casey Troyer. Terry Newton. Frank Miranda all on the right side of the road. And then Ray Patrick, Clip Boyles, Jim Teague, and David Fulfer. Well, you got another shot tomorrow to turn your 50s into 60s. As we're going to leave that 760 up on the scoreboard, and we're going to go to Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Tim Beeman, who's going to be hustling back to run in Junior Fuel over there, and Billy D. Martin over here. Beeman, the physical therapist from Los Molinos. It's a real-life town up there by Chico. Billy D. Martin, he's from Sacramento. It's a real-life town. It's right here. The Screamin' Demon. Iron Shop owner. 427 Supercharged Chevrolet. 555 inches of like single 4-barrel carburetor over there.
Like you mentioned, Tim Beeman is double entered this weekend in Junior Fuel as well over there in that blue Altered. The 32 Bantam on the left side, but not the same car in Junior Fuel like Tony Trimp is doing in 7.0 Pro and CIFCA. How about a 009 to start for Bill DeMartin, and he has to shut it off early?
Yeah, I saw sparks coming out from under the car and then a little poof out of the header. 758. Well, they didn't start like A Gas with 760s. They went 758. 1101 as the next two cars come to life. Sabrina over there, the Pecora Family Racing Team car. She went 759.8 on her last checkout pass. She's going to race Sean Wood right now. The nurse from Sonoma.
So Sabrina Pecora over on the left-hand side, Sonoma, California for the Pecora Family Racing Team. John Pecora over there. Sabrina is currently number 2 in points. 159 points, and she is second to Tim Beeman. So she can make a big move this weekend before the final event of the year down there in Bakersfield later on. And Sean Wood on the right-hand side, San Anselmo, California. The single malt Chevy. Saw designs on board there for Sean Wood. Survey says 7.623 there for Sabrina Pecora. Right side, Sean Wood goes 7.63.3. A good start for them. Both on the right side. Still have a little bit of room of improvement for both. But Sabrina, 7.62.3, 174 miles an hour. Sitting pretty good, and considering this is the first shot. Your next two coming at you, Matt Garcia, left-hand side. Acampo, California for the 32 Bantam Altered. Right side, Robert Parkerson. Carson City, Nevada. Look at this thing. A short little wheelbase center steer altered. The facilities technician in his 32 Bantam makes up the left side. A little bit of a stretched chassis. Parkerson, super short wheelbase over here for the right-hand side, the BME and Parkey machine. A little 330 cubic inch small block for Parkerson. The wheel stand there for the right-hand side, getting towards the center line, needs to steer it back to the center. Meanwhile, left side, Matt Garcia. How about 760 with a 170 miles an hour? Matt Garcia said, hey, thanks, man. I'm going to go ahead and take number 1, and I'm going to leave everybody else 5 thousandths of a second to play with if they want to take it away. Next two coming out in Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Steve Schoenfeld and Jeff Schultz. Schoenfeld over on the left-hand side out of Murray, Utah. Pretty lengthy drive all the way from Utah for Steve. A 23 Model T Ford Altered. Annie Schoenfeld and Steve Schoenfeld over on the left-hand side. Jeff Schultz right side, Gold Hill, Oregon. A couple of non-Californians making their way over to the 53rd and final Governor's Cup Championships here in Sacramento. Schultz right side. 48 Topolino Altered. Your previous pair just put a 760 with a 5 up on the scoreboard. So if you want to go number 1 qualifier here on the first night of the Governor's Cup, you got to do 760 with a 4 or better.
How about Jeff goes 1 out of the gate? Wow. You don't need it here, but hey, it's always fun to do it. 756 is smidge quick. 158. Schoenfeld goes 936.
Only 158 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, he was going 146 at the 8th and 158 at the quarter, so you know how those foreigners from Oregon do it. So Schultz goes to last on the list. Schoenfeld goes into 5. Matt stays 1. Here comes Austin Means and Gabe Brown.
Austin Means and Gabe Brown going to be your next two. Austin Means over on the left-hand side. Warwick, Rhode Island. Must be a hired gun over there. Warwick, Rhode Island. That's even a long flight. Like, that's a longer flight than some people drove from not even here. Means racing the 97 Sterling front engine dragster on the left-hand side. Gabe Brown, right side, Reno, Nevada. The 06 Neyland Parks chassis, the Dirty Digger. The fabricator by trade is Allie Has Wine. Hey, you know what? It's party time. It's the last one. What are they going to do? Fire me? Still rolling here in NE1. Austin Means and Gabe Brown.
Kind of wondering what Means car is doing. I mean, that big high manifold they stuck the supercharger on top of. I mean, does that just get up in better air or something, or just so it's more in the driver's face?
Wow. Lots of double O lights here in NE1. They're just throwing double O lights out left and right.
Oh, 762 Gabe. He's going to help himself. 176. Means 751 to 179. He goes the lastest on the list. Gabe goes the third. Identical to as Sabrina did, but he did it second. So ladies first. Here's Dennis Allen. Allen, forever a runner here at Sacramento and terror in the West Coast with a top alcohol dragster. Second alcohol dragster driver to ever run a 5-second run. After he went 6 flat, this was he was the first person with a top alcohol dragster in a 5-second run at a national event, even. Happened at the same track. The first car did it, but that was the divisional a month beforehand. So Dennis, the trainer and quality care person at Structural Steel and LB Construction. See what he can do. I don't know if he's ever had that small a motor in front of him. Big Axe, you should be ready. 7.0 Pro, a junior fuel. You should be rolling here. A fuel. I'm going to call you now to lanes 5 and 6. Come on in, A fuel.
A little bit of a stutter step there early for Dennis Allen. So it has got out the back door, 810 with a 6, 167 miles an hour. Back to the drawing board.
So that finishes those guys. Matt Garcia, hey, you're number 1. You only left 5 foul out there for people to play with. 11 players in that session. The top 4 within 0.03 of a second. Then it really spreads out from there. Let's go to B-Gas now.
So your first 2 runners In B-Gas, Ken Stacey and Brian Franks. Ken Stacey won this event last year.
Hey, we're going to give a shout out to Dark Heart Brewing. They're up on Auburn Boulevard. Pretty darn good place to go. Pretty darn good race car. Brian Franks, 8601.
Wow.
How about the first car down the track? Dead one. Everybody else now has 1,000th to play with. The Dark Heart Brewery special.
He said, man, too easy. 860, no problem. I got it.
Justin Crosby, Mike Rabner. Here's one of the King's Oil Tools specials out of Paso Robles. If you live in Paso Robles, you have a race car, probably going to say King's Oil Tools on the side of it.
I'll tell you what, that's a clean-looking Camaro. Like, if you go up and look at it, like, up close, it's a really well-built Camaro. But the 46 Plymouth across from him kind of stole the show on the starting line.
Didn't you say Rabner's like 1 point different than Megan Gorman?
Yes. Mike Rabner is 1 point ahead of Megan Gorman in the points right now.
Well, 859.6, 859.5. Well, the B-gassers know what the index is. I mean, those guys missed it, but if you only miss it by little numbers, then you know how to get it. Really would help us if you did not have the sparkly, flashy things turned on the Chase Road down there, please.
That's code for if you're the side-by-side with the lights on, can you turn the lights off, please? Because it's kind of giving us mixed signals in the tower. I know you can hear me. You're directly next to the loudspeaker. Russ Riley or Randy Armstrong, you're next to Riley, left side, Armstrong, the right side, looking for 860 up on the scoreboard. The King's Oil Tools 57 Bel Air on the right side, looking to put out a strong number. Wow, way quick, 848.6. Wayne Charbonneau, Wayne Charbonneau. Left side, Ramona, California. The 48 Anglia with the biggest Mickey Thompson you could buy stuck up underneath the bottom. 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy with the massive Mickey Thompson underneath the back end of it. That thing is crazy looking. Neil Westbrook, right side, Pixley, California, the 68 Camaro. Oh, they both are a little tardy on the reaction timer. .856.8, 161 miles an hour for Westbrook.
I don't know. Charbonneau's car's kind of dark. I didn't see what he did because he only went 907, and that's not a 9.0 car. That should be a bit quicker than that.
I can tell you what he didn't do. He didn't really do what he was aiming for there. He didn't really get close to that 860.
Hey, Richie Zondervan, Taco Bravo over there. I've actually looked him up on a website just to see if I need to make a trip to San Jose.
Numero
628
dos over here.
Chevrolet, 66 Chevelle.
Numero dos in points over here on the right side. Megan Gorman, 1 point behind Mike Rabner.
They don't get points for qualifying, so they're going to have to race for it. That's a Scott Shafferoff prepped 565-inch Chevrolet.
Ooh, those are good motors. Expensive, too. They're good motors.
Well, here's 8601. That's second best qualifier, only because somebody already did it. 853 Zondervan, 157.
Wow, we have two different people that went 860 with a 1, and then the third, or the next best after that is 866. Got a big fall off there.
Nostalgia 2, you should be all suited and ready to go. We're almost to you. 7.0 Pro, you should be here ready to go. Junior Fuel and A Fuel. All of you guys should be here ready to go. Well, we go back to that 850 thingy. Bill Anderson, the Schmidt motor. 853, he's probably going to near the bottom. 855 there for Mike Gillespie. I'm saying near the bottom because, well, Richie Zondervan and Randy Armstrong have already collected those spots down there. Well, our Albert car, our Vince Reale car, our penultimate pair. 856, 856. Well, welcome to the other half of the ladder. This guy, we just need to sort of remind, B-Gas Joey does not get to do burnouts across the line under power.
Joey Westervelt, a long burnout here in B-Gas.
Isn't he one of those tries to run small tire things?
That's not a very small tire. I mean, I don't think it's a really big tire either, but that ain't a small tire.
No, I thought he ran with those guys, the no-time cars. Yeah, he was going to red light, I can tell you that.
I tell you what, there's a lot of nitrous going through that motor, though.
Wow, 834, 164.
Maybe a little too much nitrous. So I believe this is DeAndre Fitzgerald driving the 7th or 8th car in the span of 2 weeks. So far, DeAndre's driven the Santa Fe, Firebird, now the Nova, Top Dragster, Altered. 5 different cars in the span of 2 or 3 weeks. Trying to get all the licenses. Nostalgia Eliminator Dose. First pair out coming at you, Jeff Brockhauser and Gene Fitzsimmons. Neither one of them are really doing anything crazy in the point standings for the NHRA side of things. I actually don't think either of them are in the top 10, to be honest with you. So they're just out here racing for fun, you know.
Well, it's not like Gene Fitzsimmons. I don't think this might be the first time he's ever been here. Probably the only Nostalgia 2 car in all of Eureka.
This is true. Brockhouse are looking good, though.
Maybe a little too good. Nope, it was good enough. 864, 148. Fitzsimmons, 926, 147.
Oh, yeah. Here comes last year's winner and your current points leader. Over on the right-hand side, Sam Tucker out of Redding, California, the gas man.
Now, Lindsay Lisser, she had number 1 on her car a whole bunch of times in Nostalgia Eliminator 3. So again, 7-0 Pro, you should be suiting up and ready to go. Junior Fuel, you should be here. A Fuel, you should be here.
Sam Tucker currently sitting at 200 points in the point standings. Wes Anderson, number 2 right now at 178. So not that big of a gap between Sam and Wes Anderson, 1 and 2 right now. So anything can happen this weekend. Lindsay over on the left-hand side, the personal assistants out of Los Angeles, California. Sixth thou red there for Sam Tucker. Survey says 862.5, 153 miles an hour for Sam Tucker. Not a bad lick. Lister, 855.4, 154. A little too quick. Joshua Lee Jennings left side, Ripon, California. Right side, Terry Lindblad out of Chico, California, the VP, structural steel. 96 Tuttle with a Chrysler motor in it. A 392 cubic inch Chrysler motor over here for Terry Lindblad. Lindblad sitting number 5 in the points right now. He's actually tied. Him and Adam Westbrook are tied for 4th at 124 points. As we're pre-stage, looking for 8,600 up on the scoreboard. Both on a solid shot. How about another 00 light for Terry Lindblad?
How about
861.
154, Terry. 854, Joshua becomes the other end of the book. So Lindblad to the top, Josh to the bottom. Dad Lee Jennings, Lee Paul back there. Gonna head on back and see how much they can slow the car down. The Sweet Tea over there. Duke Baker over here. Jim Horn, 858-1, 858-2. Robert Baker. No for both of them. They'll go to 5 and 6. J. Todd Fernandez and Gary Ryan, your next 2. Couple of Bantams coming at you. J. Todd from Tulare. Gary Ryan, South San Francisco. Nostalgia 2, I believe we have about 15 players in the game right now. 8609 there. And while this car is backing up, we'd like this run is being dedicated to Jerry Tarvin. Jerry was a long-time announcer here at Sacramento Raceway. He dedicated his life to the racing community. He raced here for decades. This is his son, Scott Chamberlain. Jerry, this one's for you as a little nostalgic run. The welder and the Shamrock Shaker, racing in memory of his dad. Dad Jerry looking down at his son Scott, makes the run down the road in his memory and goes 864, 155 miles per hour. He'll go into the number 6 spot with that run. A little earlier, Jay Todd went 8609. He's into the number 1 spot right now. As Wes Anderson and Eric Warner come to the starting line. So again, I want to thank Scott Chamberlain for giving us all a chance to remember Dad, Jerry Tarvin. The Cedar guy here in the right lane, Warner, 864. 8608, Wes sneaks in and grabs the 1 spot. By 1 little tick of the clock, Wes Anderson to 1. Eric Warner, 864.5, goes to the number 6 spot. Your next 2, right here. Here's Miguel Lomas and Eddie Lucas. The 48 Fiat Topolino over here on the right side, 584 inches of Chevrolet. That 32 Bantam over there. I will tell you, in the 35 years roughly I've been coming here, plus quite a few years at Sonoma and Fremont, that Bantam has been running. That is one of the true nostalgia cars. I know he's updated things, but not that much. He's won the March meet. Now he's chugging on down, trying to grab a Governor's Cup. 857, 8609 again. Everybody wants to run 8609. Eddie Lucas goes to the 3 spot there. Miguel 857.0 down to the 13 position.
Wow, this NE2 category is already getting pretty tight here in Q1.
Yep. Right now, this will give us 17 players in the game.
Troy Moyle and Jim Miller are going to be your next 2. Moyle left side, Carson City, Nevada. The 06 Sacramento. It's an altered, but it's like a new altered. So it's supposed to be nostalgic, but it actually is like relatively new.
What, the car in the left lane?
Yeah,
that was actually a bracket car up in Division 6. And he bought it. He got it, this year, and he's been driving it. It was owned by Neil Schindler up there, and he bracket raced it. He is a former Super Gas champ in Division 7.
In that car?
Moyle, 865 this time, 150. 871 to 155. Yeah, Troy Moyle was the first real hitter racer to come out of Top Gun Raceway. He actually was there at the beginning when we were racing on the base.
Shout out to Top Gun. They just had their Mopar versus the World event, and I heard it did pretty well. I heard our Sacramento and Sonoma guys went up there and absolutely cleaned house.
Drew Grafton, another one of the runners down from D6 from Central Point, Oregon. Up there in Medford Raceway area. Spanky McGee here on the right side from Red Bluff. .70 Pro, you should be right there at the head of the lane. .70 Pro, Junior Fuel and A Fuel. I should be seeing all of you. Womp, 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 womp. Womp womps don't get you down there very fast. 866. Wow, 861. Pedaling it. Now I know where the womp womps were happening. They were all worried about going too quick.
I thought he was getting out of shape down there. That was all strategic. That was all very precise.
Drew Grafton becomes the second 861 of the session, and Spanky McGee becomes the only 866 of the session. Larry Battenberg, he's from Cool. You just want to go to Cool and see if there's just a bunch of geeks and nerds people walking around there.
Must be a pretty cool dude.
Yeah. Out of Jane's Auto Electric, your final car in the session tonight. 496 Chevrolet, 37 Fiat body. He has 7 thousandths of a second to play with. If he ever gets there. 9:15, yeah, that was not on a killer run. That was on a cautious run. So he'll go down to the number 14 position. Our top 5 cars after one session. 8608 is number 1. 8610 only gets you a 5. That was a great session in Nostalgia 2. 70 Pro. We're going to do a couple of quick trips around with the tractor. 70 Pro should be at the ready line. Junior Fuel and A Fuel should be right behind them.
Looking at these 7.0 Pro NHRA Heritage Series point standings right now, and I tell you what, Jason Vanderpool, 309 points in 7.0 Pro. Unreal. But Lawton Ferreira Jr., 288 points, right behind him in second place. So he could really set the tone here at the second to last Heritage Series event of the year and kind of widen that gap a little bit between him and Lawton Ferreira. Tony Trimp sitting number 3, 201 points. Still not 100% out of the equation for a championship in 7.0 Pro, but he's going to need a lot of luck to go his way if he's going to make any type of run at the 7.0 Pro championship. Speaking of Tony.
No, don't speak about Tony.
He's got his bracket racing mentality going on right now, trying to double enter and whatnot in the same car. Double entering a funny car.
Brad Peters, Tony Trimp, here we go. I'm just amazed that Tony's the first car in 7.0 Pro because he has to get back here for CIFCA. Tony, you like the high-speed burn now. So, simple game. Just put 7,000 up on the top of the board. Now, Tony's going to run quarter mile, and then he's going to cool the car down magically somehow, come right back and run only 1,000 feet in California Funny Car Association. Scooting around, bumping, bouncing, bopping. Here we go. 698, a little too quick. 197, Brad Peters. Tony goes 708 at 193 miles per hour. And just so you know, that was a 592 to 1,000 feet. And they're going to run 590 index to 1,000 feet. So, Harvey, you got the 1,000-foot tune-up in there. 708, 193. Tony will go to number one for time being is Lawton Ferreira and John Lenko. Get set to go next. So I see two little lights down there. I'm hoping those are something farther down the track than I need, but if I see them suddenly turning, we'll know they're off the track. Out of Top Flight Racing and Top Flight Corvette, Inc., Lawton Ferreira. The runner from Spring Valley, John Lenko here in the right lane. The TV director from Bakersfield. 400-inch Chevrolet. 485 Chevy, a little more like the little mouse over here, making it so the driver can actually see over the top. Lawton Ferreira purposely, it looks like, put that high bird catcher up there and put it right in his face. I'll just go better than Tony's 708 and don't go much better than 7,000. That's all it takes. Junior Fuel, you should be here. Oh. Lenko's car buzzes the tires. Lawton Ferreira decides to go 702, 193 miles an hour, right to the one spot. 804, 187 there for John Lenko. Hey, somebody just mumbled something about taillights. So just a reminder, have your taillights working. Makes it easier for us to see you because, well, we can't see a darn thing down there at the top end from here. Dave Rosenberg getting ready to go next. The dragster, probably the lightest front end anywhere in 7.0 Pro. So again, Junior Fuel and A Fuel, you should be here. Hey, A-Gas or C-Gas, come on in lanes 1 and 2, please. C-Gas, lanes 1 and 2. D-Gas, lanes 5 and 6. Bring them on. C-Gas 1 and 2, D-Gas 5 and 6. Make sure my A fuel cars and junior fuel cars are pulled all up. So again, C-gas, D-gas. I've called you C-gas lanes 1 and 2, D-gas lanes 5 and 6. Bring them on. That might be one of the straightest runs I've ever seen that car make. 737, 186 miles per. Put him in the 3 spot right now. I think I have one more player. Looks like Richard Phillips. Getting set to go next. I believe he's your final 7-0 Pro player. So junior fuel, you should be here. You should be ready to go. A fuel, ditto. C-gas and D-gas, double ditto. The engineering manager, that's what he said he does. He's from Visalia, which is down there. Kind of down in, you know, you only have to go to Visalia if you need to go to Visalia because it's not on 99. It's all by itself over there on the old road. That is a motor that just went from, okay, maybe to, no, I don't want to do this anymore, real fast. 1028, 81 miles an hour. He will qualify better than the guy that went in the 6s. but he will be last from everything else. That finishes up junior or 7-0 Pro. We're going to go right into junior fuel right now. Tim Beeman and Wayne Williamson, your first two. Beeman driving J.D. Zink's car. That's a Dave Yahara chassis, way back in '08. 400-inch Chevrolet. He's already qualified in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Let's see how good he did there. Number 9. Must have been one of them two quick guys. Williamson looks like he's added a little bit to the front end of the race car. Made it extra long. So I believe I have 4 players in the game. Beeman and Williamson, and then 2 big-time players right behind him. Beeman off on a run. 7:06, 166 miles an hour. That was stout. Williamson, 8:36 this time, 129 miles per hour. But Beeman, that was pretty stout. Kind of looked like it was moving around, but it's kind of hard to tell on the tower because you have those bright spots and dim spots on the racetrack, and it kind of looks like the car is moving, and it might not be moving. It's just the way the light hits it. But Dustin Lee and Brad Woodard coming up next. Dustin, not doing double duty. He decided not to bring the Nostalgia 1 car, apparently. So the Filer, Idaho entry, owned by John Farr. You take on Brad Woodard. The alcohol abuse entry. He's up from Oceanside, down there in the San Diego area. I believe these 2 cars basically just, do everything in the category. So Dustin Lee, he's out by 40 points right now. Then Brad Woodard. Then Beeman Baldonado, who's not here. Wayne Williamson, Michael Artie, who's also not here. Just noticing Jason Vanderpool did not run that session of 7-0 Pros. I don't know if there's an issue with the car or what, but we'll find out. I've never seen that many header flames on a junior fuel car. I mean, now that you only see header flames when the cars leave the line for top fuel cars and funny cars, I mean, this is pretty fun. C-Gas, be ready. D-Gas, be ready. I'm going to call CIFCA right now. California funny cars. Start rolling to lanes 1 and 2, please. Actually, you can roll lanes 3 and 4. California Funny Cars roll into lanes 3 and 4. Wow, 701, 704. Let's see who goes to the top. Dustin Lee goes to the top. Brad Woodard goes to 2. Who's points leader? Dustin Lee. Who's second? Brad Woodard. Right now, they're 1 and 2, which means, well, you know, they don't have to race till the final rounds. We're going to put some stuff down on the racetrack. The stuff that we're supposed to put down, not the stuff that race cars sometimes put down on it. We're going to do that. We're going to come right back with A Fuel. So again, A Fuel coming up next. Well, they were pretty good in their test run earlier. I mean, they were pretty good to 60 feet, and then we had some issues after that on some of the faster cars. We'll see how it goes.
Looks like we're done with the sticky stuff on the racetrack. I think they're probably going to drag it once, and then we'll be good to go. So last year, we did not have A Fuel at the Governor's Cup. And it's only fitting that we made sure that we have A Fuel here at the 53rd and final Governor's Cup. You got to have A Fuel with the last one. Wayne Ramey right now with a sizable points lead over Ken Bates, the Dr. Ken Bates Sr., who's not here. Oof. Well, at least we don't have a tech card for him. Maybe he is here. He just didn't give us his tech card. Oh, he is here. So we just don't have his tech card then. Well, now we have a 3-round race in A Fuel instead of a 2-round race because now we have 5 cars now that we know that Ken Bates is here. I was about to say, because Rick Ewens is sitting number 3 in the points. And a good weekend from him could have passed Ken Bates if Ken wasn't here, but he is, so never mind. I do not believe the Choo Choo Mama is here on the property. Ghost Rider in the comments on YouTube. What's up, chat bleachers? We're live streaming on YouTube right now. Oh, my grandma's in there. My grandma said hi. Hi, Grandma.
All right, I guess we're almost done with the tractor doing the tractory thing.
Jason said he'll take you for a ride on his old Ford tractor. He's out there singing the big green tractor while he's dragging the track.
You never lived until you drag strip surfed behind that tractor. Back before the Gannon box really put any pressure, yeah, we used to put the pressure by standing on those slicks and holding on.
Yeah, you get 4 people to stand on a slick.
Yeah, and they had to be 4 people. Like, you wouldn't put Andrew on it. That wouldn't do a darn thing.
Yeah, like if you had myself and Andrew standing on the tires, you're not really doing much.
Yeah, so, yeah, you put Dan and me on there and, yeah, maybe another person. Yeah, there were some patches.
You need to get the well-fed boys on the back of that tractor.
Where is Jay?
Oh, that's funny. Making sure we lay down the perfect track prep for the A-fuelers so they can come out here and make a good shot down the racetrack. Let me pull up
No, we're doing this for the C gassers and the D gassers.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The A gassers get what, or the A fuelers get whatever's left. I'm gonna pull up the weather right now, see what we're looking like.
Dark.
It is dark, yes.
Hazy.
DA's sitting about 1,200 feet right now, which ain't awful.
No, 1,200 feet is pretty darn good for race cars.
It ain't like it is at a points race at 10 o'clock in the morning when Sportsman comes out and it's like negative 400 feet. And then by the time my next time run rolls around, it's like 800 feet the opposite way.
You're one of those professional racers. You know what you're doing.
I don't know about that. I try my best, but there's a certain...
Hey, we got the thumb up there from Jason.
There's a certain Rudd brother that has absolutely waxed the floor with me this year in Sportsman.
Hey, Fuel. Time to do it to it.
What I'm a little curious as to where Andrew is with my car right now. He took off probably an hour ago.
He's trying to figure out what the excuse is going to be. Hey, well, all of a sudden there's race cars on the racetrack. I see Jerry Cumry over there. I see Rick Ewens over here. Rick, I still have to say, you had the nicest ever looking top alcohol dragster.
So you're saying his dragster didn't have motorhome paint on it? Like
Who,
the
Rick
Swoopy?
Ewens' car?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he had the most gorgeous top alcohol dragster you've ever seen. I mean, I saw it from halfway across the pits in Bakersfield and immediately went to the tower and said, that is the best appearing car at this race. Well, we got an injected nitro car coming to the life. We got Rick Ewens over there. I'm glad the white smoke was coming off the tires, too, because there sure was a lot coming out of the headers on the beginning of the burnout. Jerry Cumry, the manufactured home dealer from Rohnert Park, the Sterling Home Special. That's a minor Rhino inside, punched out 464 cubic inches on nitromethane. Rick Ewens, the runner from Paso Robles. Sarmetto chassis and Alan Johnson motor inside, made the best early number run we had today. I mean, if you can go anywhere 9.0s, 9 to 930 in 60 feet and keep it stuck all the way down the road, you're going to fly. And he got that first part of the racetrack. Car started to wiggle a little bit. He clicked it upside down. I got this half the track figured out. Maybe I have to take a little bit out so I can get it all the way to the other end of the track. So Cumry gets back, and I mean, that thing's just puffing and puffing. It could just be a seal that's not quite sealed yet. And it'll clean itself up on the run, we hope. But we want to watch this right side, the red and black Pac West board. If Rick Ewens can keep it stuck to the stripe, that car is going to fly. Injected on nitro, I mean just stage it, stab it. Right lane, it's a converter car, so stage it, mat it, go. Ewan starts moving around a little bit, 714 this time, 123 miles per hour. 775 there for Jerry Cumry at 138 miles per hour. But first part of the course again was lightning quick there for Rick Ewens.
714 though, I don't know if that stands. Yeah, especially when you got Dr. Ken Bates coming up, a U.S. Air Force special. He said 714. Watch this.
Yeah, that was a 940 to 60 feet. And again, as I said, Ewens might be just a little bit too aggressive in the first part of the race course there. So we're going to take a quick look down the track, make sure everything's good for Wayne Ramey, and Ken Bates gets set to go next.
Who just so happened to be 1 and 2 in the points right now. The two top dogs in A fuel. You're going to get a good look at what it's going to look like tomorrow right here. My ADHD is doing much better now that I have the microphone cable fixed. Thank you for asking. I don't know if I fixed it. It just works now. So now the cable doesn't fall out of the microphone every time I move it.
Wayne Remain coming up. He was the winner at the March meet this year. Just looking at those numbers. Wow, I forgot that final round. 6:05 to a 6:06 over Rick Ewens. That was one of those rare times when Ken Bates went out in round number 1. And look at my other data here. I just happen to have all the races this season. Oh, Ken won here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot. 6:17. Yeah, he kind of ripped. We had 6 players in A-Fuel at that race. Bates, the winner, is Wayne Remain not able to make the final round. So apparently, Rick Ewens did bump the block at the 8th mile, the start speed, so that run will be disallowed, but it just means he'll, for the time being, go to the bottom of the stack.
Is that my fire jacket? Bro. All right. Hey, there's sweatpants
So
in there if you want them.
We're just kind of basically cleaning up a little bit of stuff on the racetrack that came when you squish one of the sponges out there. It sort of turns into dust as well. You know what happens to foam rubber in the hot summer sun. So that's kind of what they're cleaning up. That's why you see the tractor going around in circles. It's basically just cleaning up the debris that was left out there. We'll make sure the block's back in place, and then Wayne Remain and Ken Bates get to take their best shot at it. California Funny Cars, you have been called to the lanes just to answer that question that came over the radio. You're going to run right after C&D Gas. So California Funny Cars, why don't you start rolling this way? Well, the road broom's back. That's good. Get set, fire up the Batmobile over there and see what the good doctor can do alongside of him. So the Bates and Adams gang gang, that's Dean and Gene Adams, the mad scientists of A-Fuel. Wayne's pretty darn good, that Alan Johnson motor over there. That's the car I still have, you know. If there's going to be a blown alcohol A-Fuel car in the 5s, which I don't believe there has been yet, it's going to be this one. Just hasn't done it yet. We're almost out of Governor's Cups. So the injected car will come to life. It'll burble and blubber on alcohol for a little bit, and then they'll take the still off the top of the motor, and it'll change over to nitro, and about that point, Wayne Ramey will fire up. Now we got nitromethane working.
Tell you what, probably two of the baddest dudes on the property right here. Wayne Ramey and Ken Bates Sr. That U.S. Air Force tribute car on the right-hand side out of Anderson, California. Wayne Ramey on the left-hand side of the Simi Valley. Performance Forge Incorporated, Alan Johnson Performance Engine on board. Expect to see 2 times deep into the 6-second range. Someone might fire off a 5-second pass right here.
Ooh, I see header flames on Ken Bates' car. If they get past 60 feet and keep it stuck, they will do it. Just navigating that first part of the course, that's the toughest thing for both of these cars. That is a run for the night. Look at there, 629, 212 miles an hour. Wayne Ramey goes to the top of the stack. Ken Bates was there for the first part, then all of a sudden not a whole lot left. 7 flat at 143, but Ramey just put 0.7 of a second between him and everybody not named Wayne Ramey. Sabrina Capps, your final player in the session, will be up next, and she made a couple of mid 6-second passes with Dennis Murphy's car, so she should slot easily into the number 2 spot. But that was kind of a good run, not good run there for Ken Bates there. We will have 3 rounds of A-Fuel tomorrow.
So just a quick rundown of how the rest of the night is going to go. We're going to go C gas, then D gas, then California Funny Cars, then NE3, Hot Rod, wrap it up with motorcycles. And then we'll go into tomorrow morning with the second round of qualifying, followed by a cleanup round. So if you did not get 2 hits down the racetrack during qualifying, we will have a cleanup round tomorrow to make sure everybody got at least, well, got 2. If you didn't get any, then you'll get at least 1. That cleanup session will not count for qualifying purposes. So if you're in that cleanup round and you're in, let's say, C-Gas, and you go 960 with a 0, that's cool. Congratulations for you, but it's not going to show up on the qualifying sheet. And then after our cleanup round tomorrow afternoon, we'll do our opening ceremonies and then follow round number 1. And that's when we get to bring out the jet car and the
All
Wheelstander.
right, word is, let's light them. Sorry about talking over there, but our communication from the top end of the track to here is literally, well, non-existent right now. So they had to call them on the phone.
They got radios over there?
No, they have telephones over there.
Oh, that's the Tony Trent method.
That motor just loves to be high seed there, and it's like right on the limiter on that burnout. So Sabrina made a couple of hits there with a Brad-powered Dennis Murphy-owned entry. It's a little Brad motor. It's only 511 inches. Now, I don't know if she has 620s in the car, but it'd be kind of fun for her to finish the night in the top spot in A fuel. Pro Mod car sitting right behind. It's going to be Brett Williamson taking a swing at it. And the C-Gas, D-Gas, California Funny Cars. You should be no longer on the road. You should be here.
So Sabrina Capps gonna take a quick stab at it. As they're telling her to back up. Something going on down here with the Capps and Murphy machine. I guess we're good now. So Sabrina gonna stage it up. She's got a free shot at 629. Wow. Big wheel stand from Sabrina Capps, getting all types of out of shape and sideways. Tries to stay in. It only musters a 669.0 at 190 miles an hour. That was a wild, very entertaining run. Tell you what, she hiked the front wheels up, rode the wheelie bar for about 60 feet. You don't typically see front engine dragsters doing big wheelies like that. They might hike the front end up a little bit, but she pulled the front wheels and then carried them for 60 feet. That's going to wrap up A fuel. We got C-Gas on deck.
No, actually, we have a Pro Mod car radar on. Brett Williamson going to take a shot at it next.
Oh, I didn't even see Brett over there. Oh, there he is, that little silver Corvette. This is one of those fast cars where you can actually see the time pop up on the board at the finish line. One of the fast cars with doors, so you can actually see the elapsed time. We got a lot of fast door cars on the property that you're not allowed to see the ET, but this one you can. Brett Williamson, the split window Corvette with a big old blower sticking out the hood. An NHRA legal pro mod.
I don't think I go quite that far.
You don't think it's NHRA legal?
No, this is more of an outlaw pro mod car. This is a West Coast outlaw pro mod.
You think it's got a 5 in it?
Oh, Brett's run 5s many times. He ran 573 here testing.
I think I saw that.
Not too long
picture
ago.
On Facebook.
This is a fast race car. Brett was the first ever pro mod car to run a 5-second run at Sacramento Raceway.
Well, see if he can do it again. Air's good for it.
Oh,
maybe not.
Oh, that was not happy. I don't know what happened in that motor, but that was not what they were looking for.
It almost sounds like they left the burnout limiter on the throttle. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, wait till Brett clears off. We got D-gas at the C-gas at the ready line.
Back into our Group 1 categories. Or Group 2, excuse me. Group 2 categories. C-gas. .960 index in the quarter mile for these cats. Your first two out, John Kruger and Mark Jordan. Kruger on the left-hand side of the race course. Tehachapi, California, an aircraft crew chief. Hey, that's what I am, except I don't think he's in the military. Mark Jordan on the right-hand side out of Western Sacramento. Looking for 960. Survey says 949.6 at 139 there for Mark Jordan. 962.6 for John Kruger. That's on the right side of things. He's going to put himself on top of the sheet for now, but I don't know if 962 will hold up for long. DeAndre Fitzgerald on the left-hand side. Riverside, California, the 69 Firebird. Right side not on file. Meanwhile, DeAndre, 024 reaction time. Right side way out there. 961.9, 140 miles an hour. DeAndre has issues. Coast to a 13-second pass. Right side, 961.9. So No Name is sitting on top of the sheet right now. We'll figure out who it is, though. David Stage and Don Momi, your next two. Stage left side. The 67 Camaro out of Exeter. Right side, Momi out of Stockton. The Ratty 38 Chevy. Gets a little towards that center line, has to drive it back to the center of the racetrack. 966.5, 139 miles an hour for Stage. Momi slow, 970 with an 8. Momi needs to improve a little bit. He'll go back to the drawing board. Stage 966.5. Not bad, but a little room for improvement there. Michael Karate and Chris Robbins, your next two. Karate, last year's runner-up at this event out of Stockton, California on the left side in the Nova. Robbins right side out of Mariposa, the 64 Fairlane. 957.3, 138 miles an hour there for Chris Robbins. A little too quick. Karate, 964.1, 139. Walter Clevitt, Artie Pava going to be your next two. Clevitt left side, the 1971 Barracuda out of Loomis. Pava right side, the Wheelstander Camaro out of Elk Grove, the Super Muscle Parts machine over on the tower side. Ooh, missed it so close. 6th out too quick for Artie Pava. 959.4, 141. Clevitt, 953.3, 140. Pretty quick. Artie Pava missed it by 6th out. So close. CIFCA, I need you to 1 and 2, please. You should be in 1 and 2. CIFCA, need you to 1 and 2. If you're not already there, come on down. Nostalgia 3. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 needs you to 3 and 4. Nostalgia Eliminator 3, come on down to 3 and 4, please. Clay Benson and RJ Simrock, 949.5, 146 there for RJ Simrock, too quick. Benson, 953.9, 138, also too quick. Kent Coombs, Brian Smith. 9.602 for Brian Smith. How about it? 2 thou from perfect. Kent Coombs. Kent Coombs almost did it too. 9.59.9, 1 thou. Too quick there for Kent Coombs. Brian Smith gonna rock it to the top of the sheet. Lee Roberts, Chris Rea. Roberts left side. Out of Sparks, Nevada. The 41 Ford Whip pick-em-up truck. Right side, Chris Rea, the Live It Up 7-Up machine out of Elk Grove. Currently leading the C-Gas points, and I'm pretty sure he's won the Heritage Series a time or two here in C-Gas. March meet winner, etc., etc. Hey, any three, you guys can go ahead and go to 1 and 2. We got our lanes mixed up here. Any 3, Nostalgia Eliminator 3, go ahead and get lanes 1 and 2. Gary Lynch, Janice Hogan. You're next to Lynch, left side. The 53 Austin Healey A40, the tiny little go-kart on the left side. Right side, Janice Hogan out of Orangevale. The Misfire Racing 76 Vega. Hey, car's for sale. Oh, it was the last time that the tech card was entered, so it might still be for sale. It's still got the sign on the window. Both cars kind of doing a little wheelie, had to get out of it. They get back in and out. Janice Hogan making a stab at it. 998 and an 1110, both not really where they're trying to get to. Still Brian Smith atop of the sheet right now. Alan Brown and Billy Teague. You're next to Brown left side, the 34 Ford Coupe. Brown and Brown Racing. Billy Teague right side out of Reedley, California. That's 67 Chevy Twice. All right, attention in the pits. I need Hot Rod lanes 5 and 6, please. Hot Rod, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Hot Rod needs you to 5 and 6. Motorcycles, pull on into lane number 7. Oh, Hot Rod 5 and 6, Motorcycles lane 7, come on down. And I was just told that all of the normally no-time cars are going to make a hit tonight. They're going to turn the scoreboards on so everybody can see just how quick they go. Because, like, in all realisticness, or in reality, realisticness, I don't think that's a word, they all know what each other run for the most part. So them turning the boards on doesn't really hurt them as much because they already kind of have an idea of what everybody else runs. But they want everybody here to know as well. So they're going to try to pour the power to it. Try to put some good numbers up on the scoreboard for you. Moving into D-Gas now. Mike Copping and Tony Broussard going to be the first two out. Copping left side, Broussard right side. Well, neither decided to leave the tree at a timely manner, but that's okay. Looking for 1060 on the scoreboard, 1066.5 and a 1051.8. Copping 1066.5, 123. Broussard 1051.8, 129. Seth Schneider and Mark Bevan. Schneider left side out of El Dorado Hills. The Casper's Muffler and Hitch 64 Falcon. Bevan right side, the Beeve. The 1972 Duster out of Queen Creek, Arizona. For somebody who lives in Arizona, he is here a lot. He must have a house here or something. Falcon on the left side, banging gears all the way down the racetrack. .1057.9, 122 for the six-shift Falcon, too quick. Bevan, 1082.8, 123, a little slow. RJ Feaster and Randy Snyder, your next two. Feaster, left side, the 55 Chevy with the gasser stance. Out of Auburn, California. Randy Snyder, right side. Out of Sacramento, the 73 Vega. Tell you what, Randy has really stepped up her game this year. She's been winning a lot of races this year as she puts it in deep, which is not allowed in the Nostalgia Series. 1066.1, 126 there for Randy. It probably would have been closer to the 1060 number had she not deep staged. Feaster, 1062.4, 125. Steve Cloud, Rich Strickfaden. Steve Cloud on the left side. The 67 Fairlane, the big land boat over there. Rich Strickfaden, right side. The 73 Camaro Custom Plus Construction out of Mariposa. 1063.0, 124 for Strickfaden. 1063.8, 125 there for Steve Cloud. Crystal Lynch, Steve Barta. Barta over here on the right-hand side, the white 62 Chevy 2. Hailing from Bakersfield. Left side over there, Crystal Lynch. Bangor, California. 187 Custom Motorsports 63 Corvette. Looks like having a little bit of issues trying to get it put in reverse. You're not really supposed to do burnouts across the starting line in C-Gas to begin with, but having a hard time finding reverse there in the Corvette. There it is. All right, here we go. Crystal Lynch, Steve Barta. Tell you what, Crystal had a slow start, but she's gaining ground. 10:49.4, 125. Crystal Lynch, 10:52.3, 140. That's almost like a super street number. 10:50 at 140. Robert Butler, Dave Sullivan. I didn't know Robert raced the nostalgia stuff. Good to see Robert Butler out here. The 66 Chevelle, the Bill Bertram machine on the left-hand side. Dave Sullivan rides side out of Sacramento. The JH Diesel and Performance 69 Roadrunner. Get down through there. Holy cow, 997. 997 at 117 for Robert Butler. Dave Sullivan, 10:59.3, 124. You might as well just put nitrous on it and go race B gas or C gas. Dan Fisher, oh boy. Al Casiopo. I hope I said that right. Fisher left side out of Redwood Silly, the Gorilla Barbecue 64 Fairlane. Casiopo right side, the 56 Bel Air 1073, 893 miles an hour for Casiopo. Fisher 1063, 1 to 124. Still rolling through more D gas. James Burt, Bill Norton. James Burt left side, Kingsburg, California, the 55 Bel Air. This one slammed to the ground though. The other couple we've seen have been gasser style. Bill Norton right side, Twain Hart, California, the comfortably numb 63 Nova. $10.59.4, 124 for Bill Norton. Burt, 10.65.4, 125. Doug Fournier right side. I had issues earlier on the starting line. Dumped a bunch of liquid on the starting line during test and tune. It looks like they made it back here for the first qualifying session out of Campbell, California, the 48 Anglia. Don and Doug Fournier. No name on the left side, not on file. $10.59.6, 124 for Doug Fournier. $10.58.5, 126 for the left side. I tell you what, everybody's kind of floating around that 10.48, 10.49 range. Like nobody's been like 10.60 with a something. Everybody's kind of floating around that 10.59, 10.58 number, which is actually kind of like a good spot to be in. Especially when it gets a little warmer tomorrow, you'll probably slow down to like a 10.60, 10.61. David Quiroga, Daniel Brown, your next two. Quiroga left side, Brown right side. $10.65.4, 123 for Quiroga. $10.65.2, 126 for Daniel Brown. Still RJ Feaster sitting atop of the heap on the #1 spot right now. With a couple more degassers to go. I lie, this is the last degasser. So let's see if Jeff Barth can do something better than 10.62. I call him the owner of Coos Bay Dragway. He doesn't actually own it. He just like wins everything. 10.68.8, 112. And he will not do anything to take RJ Feaster off the top spot. So RJ Feaster, after Q1 and D-Gas, sitting atop the stack, 10.62.4. Rich Strickfaden, 10.63.0 on #2 spot. Dan Fisher, #3 with a 10.63.1. And then Steve Cloud, Daniel Brown, numbers 5 and 6. David Quiroga, #7. Randy Snyder, 8. Mike Copping, 9. And Jeff Barth rounding out the top 10 in D-Gas. Looks like I got California Funny Car rolling to the ready line right now. From what I heard, we have 10 of these funny cars in the category. So looking at the points right now in CIFCA. I'll tell you what, CIFCA, man, they're stepping up their game, giving me a entire paper of information along with, like, it's like enclosed in a plastic, like, cover. Like, this is nice. What is that show where it's like, this is nice? All the reason I know that is because my wife shows me TikToks all the time. I don't even have TikTok on my phone, but somehow I know TikTok sounds. Yeah, this is nice. So your first two, Bobby Cottrell and Mike Troxel. Looking at the CIFCA points right now, James Mayer and Tony Trimp sitting 1 and 2. Rick Alvarado, number 3, and I'm pretty sure that those are the only 3 in contention for the points. And I don't even think Rick Alvarado can do enough this weekend to overtake James Mayer. Actually, he can. So if James Mayer loses first round and Tony loses first or second round, and then Rick Alvarado goes to win the whole thing, technically speaking, Rick can win the points. I don't know the likelihood of James Mayer and Tony Trimp going out first and second round is, but, you know, wilder things have happened. So Bobby Cottrell, Mike Troxel. Cottrell on the left-hand side, the 74 Mustang 2. Troxel on the right side, who is your winner from last year's event. 6 flat with a 3 and 588.9 for Bobby Cottrell. Oh, so Bobby Cottrell could potentially, well, yeah, so he's not going to win the points in CIFCA, but he is leading the points in Fuel Funny Car in the Heritage Series, so that's pretty cool. So CIFCA Funny Car rolling with a 590 index. Cottrell goes 15 thousandths of a second too quick, and Mike Troxel goes about a tenth too slow. But they do their qualifying a little different. We'll put it that way. And I barely understand it, so I'm not going to even try and explain it. But, like, yeah, they qualify. Like, if you break out on the index, you don't actually break out. They add time. It gets complicated. You'll figure out who races who first round tomorrow. So, all the way from Sweden on the left-hand side, Josim, that's how you said it right? Josim, Joachim, one of those. I can't remember. Ljungberg left-hand side out of Valhalla, Sweden. The Raw Valley Motorsports 96 Firebird. No, that's the other Pontiac. That's Christian Marshall. All right, here we go. Christian Marshall, Los Angeles. We're going to have to wait a little bit for the Swede. Stand by on the Swede. Christian Marshall, left side out of L.A. Right side, Jim Mayer. The Good Vibrations 85 tempo. Or 597.5 for Jim Mayer. 599.5, Christian Marshall. On that 590 index. Joachim. There he comes. Joachim. Joachim Ljungberg, left side. This is the Swede, the Raw Valley Motorsports machine, the 1996 Firebird. Valora, Sweden. Over there on the left side, you see the Swedish flag on the back. And James Mayer, your current points leader in CIFCA on the right-hand side. Whittier, California, Junior Vibes. Another one of those Good Vibrations Motorsports machines, 84 tempo. Oh, we love dry hops. Dry hops for days. The crowd loves dry hops. The live stream loves dry hops. We love dry hops. So Joachim and James get their first look at 590. We're pre-staged. The clutch car on the left side, gonna bring up the RPM, and here we go. Joachim, way out there, shoots out early, 558. Just a bit outside. Yeah, I'm going to pull the chutes out of half track and still break out by 4/10.
Okay, so how much abuse did Sweden's flag just get there? Not only did it get flown behind the car all the way down, then it got the chutes dumped on it at 8th mile and dragged all the way to 1,000 feet. I don't know if my calculator can recalculate that run. It was so far under.
I still think he's going to be down towards the bottom of the sheet regardless. Would that be a 6:31 or 6:21? 6:41? You might need to like take the pulley size down like a couple. Like you need to make a big move. So you're going to qualify with a 6:31 there. Yeah, wow. He's going to... They decided to just pour the coals to it because why not? So Kenny Bernizen, Rick Alvarado. Kenny on the left-hand side, the KB Racing Machine, the 1996 Camaro. Out of Mather, California, a.k.a. about a half a mile that way. Rick Alvarado right side out of Wheatland, California, the little Mighty Mouse. Rick runnered up last year at the Governor's Cup, and he's sitting third in the points with a shot, albeit a long shot, to win the points here this weekend. He's got a lot of things that need to go right for him if he wants to win the points here this weekend, as this is the final CIFCA event of the year. They are not associated with the NHRA Heritage stuff. So the Heritage Series still has one more race at the end of the year in Bakersfield. But in terms of the CIFCA Association, this is it. This is their last event of the year. Bernizen shuts it off early. Rick Alvarado 6:02.2 174. They're happy about it. All right, so left-hand side, double T, Tony Trent. Wilton, California. The Rough and Ready Racing Team, the 65 Mustang. Harvey Williams doing the tuning. Tony Trent, the track promoter and track owner of Reading Motorsports Park. Also happens to be the event promoter for this race, but don't worry about that. Sean Bryan, right side. Windsor, California, Flying A Gas, 89 Forenza. Tony sitting at numero dos in the CIFCA points. So Tony and Sean, they get their first looks at 590.
Well, Tony actually went 592 as a 7.0 Pro car. His 1,000 foot was a 592 when he went in 7.0 Pro.
Oh, well, there you go. Just leave the setup in it like a bracket car. There you go. Way close to the center line there for the right side.
Oh, 582. He went too quick.
You could have just left the setup in it. It went 592 and 7.0.
Hey, we get to see a couple of California funny cars not being California funny cars next. We get to see them being, I'm just going to call them Northwest Double B funny cars because that's what one of them is. And they're going to run all the way to the quarter. Pete Ortiz and Mark Tarabokia. Nah, they're too good for that. But Tarabokia, the runner from basically up in Astoria, Oregon. He lives some other town, but he's from Astoria. Yeah, I got to see him last week. He was one of the fast cars that didn't go off the end of the racetrack at Woodburn. In the Battle of the Cudas, he was the one that stayed inside the confines of Woodburn drag strip.
Hey, you know what? The other guy, he paid to use the whole track. He's going to use the whole track, including the sand pit at the end. Oh, yeah, the farm field. That was pretty cool.
There's a couple of valve springs that are not happy anymore. They've just lost all their integrity.
The valve spring started singing in an octave higher than they normally do. There's a lot of funky stuff going on here. Look at the ice cream truck popsicle stick as, you know, light up cone thing they're using to back him up. The LED taillights. Pink Mohawk with the neon green halter top. That, I don't know. There's a lot going on here. Outcast, yes. Very Outcast. Pete Ortiz. Elko, Nevada. The Outcast 3.0. So I guess there were 2 iterations of the Outcast before this one. Like Eric said, he's going all the way to the quarter mile here. 1984 Trans Am, 518 cubic inches of big block Chevy. Moving out in a hurry. Scoreboard says, wow, 623, 223 miles an hour for Pete Ortiz. He whiffed on the 1,000-foot time, 523 to the 590 that everybody else is shooting for. But, you know, hey. So Nostalgia Eliminator 3 Hot Rod and Motorcycles, you should be here. Cameron Webb and Don Shanks, your first two out in Nostalgia Eliminator 3. Looking for 960s on the scoreboard. How about 955.6 and a 958.1? 955 there for Cameron Webb, too quick, 134 miles an hour. Don Shanks, 958.1, 138. Don Morris, Stan Steiner. Don Morris. Don Morris on the left-hand side is your Team Sacramento ET Pro Champion for the season. He wrapped up the Pro ET Points Championship last weekend in our final points event of the year. You'll see him racing tomorrow in the King of the Track. Stan Steiner on the right-hand side, making his way down through there. 981 to 135 for Donnie. Stan blew the tires off at the hit, goes 10.18.4, no good. Eric Harmon and Carl Carlson, your next two here in NE3. Eric Harmon left side out of Gold Run, California, the 27 Ford. Right side, Carl Carlson is your current NE3 points leader in the Heritage Series. Carlson has issues. Left side Harmon, 953.3, 139. Way too quick. Moving into Hot Rod now, Phil Wamberg, and your current points leader in Hot Rod, Joy Tucker. You know what would be really cool? If Joy Tucker won the Hot Rod points and then her husband Sam won the NE2 points. They won Heritage Series championships in the same year. That'd be pretty cool. Joy Tucker left side, the 66 Satellite. Wamberg right side, the 66 Elko. Hey, just a heads up, all of the qualifying sheets are posted at the base of the tower. Eric's going to post them right now. Once again, all of the qualifying sheets are posted at the base of the tower. Johnny Michaels, Herschel Ward, your next two. Michaels left side, the 1969 Cuda. Herschel Ward right side, a 1968 Camaro. Hot Rod is essentially just a bracket race for old cars with no delay boxes. Pro ET for cars that are older than 1984. 84? 1986. $956.2, 140 for Herschel Ward, 1038.0, 127 for Johnny Michaels. Matt Johnson, Steve Madrigal. 10:07.3, 136 for Madrigal. Left side, 11:40 with a 5, 115 for Matt Johnson. Brian Hoxley, John Carvalho. Hoxley, left side. The behemoth of a Biscayne on the left-hand side there for Hoxley. Thing probably weighs more than a new F-150. John Carvalho, right side, the 67 Camaro, Mazda's Plus, on board. Just a heads up, motorcycles, you should be here. Motorcycles, if you're not in the lanes, you need to be here. Motorcycles, if you're not here, you are late. Look at Todd Aylward on the left-hand side out of Quincy, California. A 37 Chevy Coupe that was pulled out of a stack of weeds, probably 7 feet tall. Greg Racicott, right side, 63 Nova, with an actual paint job on it. Aylward going for the patina look over on the left-hand side. It's a good look. Very unique 37 Chevy Coupe. Aylward getting a little sideways out there. Gathers it back up. 11:02, 125 for Aylward. 11:33, 7, 116 for Racicott. I tell you what, I like the rusty patina looks. Like, it is a style. Speaking of that style, Caitlin Jordan on the right-hand side for the 79 Malibu wagon. Speaking of Caitlin Jordan, Caitlin Jordan just emptied out every single ounce of every type of fluid inside of the car on the starting line, which is not ideal. Meanwhile, John Werdinger, the 63 Tempest, 922.3, 146. I was just about to talk that wagon up too, because I love Malibu wagons. That is unfortunate. So we're going to have some cleanup to do on the right-hand side for now, so everybody's going to be going down the left side. George Thomas, Mariposa, the 56 Chevy wagon. George Thomas. Red Hot Racing. Wheels up, wheels down for the wagon. 008 reaction time. Good start. How about a 10:22.6, 129? David Wisdom, 85 Camaro out of Dixon, California. Well, it looks like Jason's got the torch out, which means it's either water or gas. Wisdom forgot to turn his taillights on. 978.6, 141. Hey, yes, please. Drivers need to have their taillights on. It's dark. Taillights, need to have your taillights on, please. Mark Beaven. $1069.0123 for Mark Beaven. Sam Stubbe. Tracy, California. Roadkill Garage. 1930 Ford Model A. 572 cubic inches of Chevy. That's a big motor. And he's moving out. Wow, that little thing is scooting. 852.4, 155. Goodness. That's a tiny car going 850. Steve Ribeiro, the 1972 Nova. It does not sound very happy. $1081.7, 117 for the Nova. Mike Reynolds now out of Chico, California. The 82 S Dime. $1030 with a 4, 129 for Mike Reynolds. So, yeah, when I said 82 S10, I'm like, that's not an 82. That's a newer body style. It is actually a 94. I bet Don wishes he did that in Seagas. 960 with a 7. We're just still rolling through our hot rod category, one car at a time, because the right lane is our right lane has a little bit of a boo-boo right now. We're fixing it up. Tony Citro making his way down through there. 974.9, 137. Mike Reynolds, can you come to the tower, please? Mike Reynolds, can you come to the tower, please? Mike Reynolds with the 82 S10. Can you come to the tower, please? Once again, Mike Reynolds with the 82 S10. Yeah, with the quotation marks on either side of 82. Can you come to the tower, please? If anybody has a TIG welder for aluminum, can you please go see Bobby Cottrell? Once again, if anybody has a TIG welder specifically for aluminum, can you go see Bobby Cottrell, please? Sounds like they need to fix something, and it seemed like it was pretty time sensitive. Once again, Mike Reynolds. Mike Reynolds, you need to come to the tower, please. Mike Reynolds with the white S10 that's for sale. Can you please come to the tower? Cole Chalonis, can you come to the tower, please? Cole. Cole, can you come to the tower, please? Cole Chalonis, can you come to the tower, please? Once again, Mike Reynolds and Cole Chalonis, can you come to the tower, please? Crystal Lynch, can you come to the tower, please? Crystal Lynch, need you to the tower, please. Crystal Lynch, please come to the tower. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here. Some of our fastest no-time cars in Northern California have decided they're going to turn the clocks on and show you just how quick they can go. They decided as a group that a couple of them here are testing today. They're like, screw it, we'll turn the clocks on. Hopefully the track's good enough that they can put down some big numbers. Tim Gate Pro, David Allman. Gate Pro over there on the left-hand side, the notorious 72 Nova. Twin turbocharged application over there. Over here, David Allman, the TBR Garage Special. Couple of twin turbocharged cars here, big tire. Setting the wheelie bars. This is probably the only time you will see these West Coast Outlaws with the clocks on. Unless you're Michael Henry, and then in which case it doesn't bother you one bit. Yeah, but that's quarter mile though, ain't it? Oh, it's 8th mile? Oh, geez. Tim Gate Pro, David Allman, looking for big numbers on the scoreboard. Here we go. Oh, yeah, David Allman, ooh, towards the center line. 417 at 146. He went 417 at only 146 miles an hour. And Tim Gate Pro had the wheels up to 330 feet. That thing was on a move. See what Cody Dow's got. Malakote Brothers Special. TBR Garage, Precision Turbos, and Bunker race cars on board for Cody Dow. And we got one funny car, and then I think that'll wrap it up for the evening. Oh, there's 3 funny cars. The funny cars, you guys need to hustle, because we got about 5 minutes before our curfew. See Rossler transmission sticker on there too for Cody. Single turbo and smaller motor than most have in the West Coast Outlaw division. It is a single turbo. It's a big one though, but there's only one of them. Had to pedal it a couple of times. Survey says 430, 181 mile an hour. So we got a couple of funny cars tested and tuning, and then that'll wrap it up for the evening. So just a reminder for tomorrow morning, we are starting at 10 a.m. All right, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, starting off with Hot Rod Time Run 2, and then NE3, and then working our way up slow to fast. 11:30 a.m. we have 7.0 Pro scheduled for Q2 tomorrow morning at 11:30 a.m. And then NE1 A-Gas, Junior Fuel, A-Fuel, Motorcycle, and then King of the Track First Time Run will follow. California Funny Cars, you are scheduled for your second qualifier at 12:30, and then we'll go into eliminations after that. So 10 a.m., bright and early start with Hot Rod. Once again, 10 a.m. starting with Hot Rod, followed by NE3, D-Gas, and C-Gas. So Hot Rod, NE3, D as in David, and C as in Charlie Gas. You will be called to the lanes first thing at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. 7.0 Pro, you are scheduled to be on track for Q2 at 11:30, and then California Funny Cars, you are scheduled to be on track at 12:30. King of the Track, you're going to get your first time run of the day after motorcycles. So probably about 12:15, 12 o'clock for King of the Track. Expecting to start first round of eliminations around 1:15 or so tomorrow, depending on how the first half of the day goes. So we're going to wrap it up here with 2 more cars to go down the track, and then we're going to wrap it up for the evening. So hope everybody has a great night. Everybody stay safe. If you're driving to a hotel or driving to your house, drive safe. We'll see everybody bright and early tomorrow morning as we are at our curfew. So I'm going to sign off for the evening. We're going to send these 2 cars down, and then that'll be that. So one more time, starting at 10 a.m. in the morning with Hot Rod, NE3, D-Gas, and C-Gas. 7.0 Pro at 11:30. California Funny Cars, 12:30. And we'll go from there.
Okay, guys, it is curfew time, which means we need this car lit or back out of the way right now. Again, once the car makes the run, no more race engines get to fire tonight until you hear us on the PA tomorrow morning. Then you can do all you want and make all the noise. As we'll have our last wing ding at the Governor's Cup. So final car of the night. Thanks for everybody for coming on out. Have a safe ride home. If you're staying on the grounds, well, have fun staying inside. If you're leaving the grounds, realize you probably can't get back in after a certain point.